left as the world fell into chaos and walked into the light. This is Skrillex.
Skrillex is dead.
DJ Smokey recommends you listen to this album from start to finish. Thank you for not skipping.
Hold up.
Now, before we continue today's video, a quick word from our sponsor, Delete Me. Fellas, we live in a world where it's almost impossible to keep your personal information private. Anytime you sign up for an account online, there's a high risk that your information will be immediately sold to a data broker. These data brokers then sell your information to scam artists, to stalkers, even identity thieves. We're talking full names, addresses, emails, all of which leaves you vulnerable to financial scams and doxing, which is why we've teamed up with Delete Me. Delete Me contacts these brokers directly, and on your behalf, they ensure that your information is deleted and off. Patch notes! Destiny 2 update 8.2.5.3. Activities, seasonal, Court of Blades. Fix a potential soft lock that could occur when defeating shards of Hezrak too quickly after they appear. Remove dire taking captains from the randomized fodder selection due to their excessive burst damage on expert difficulty. See you never. Dude, that is insane. Y'all know what they're talking about? Isn't that the captains that put the bubbles around them constantly? Those are arguably the worst enemies that we have ever gone up against. Crucible, game modes, lockdown, fix an issue where the winning team can instantly win by allowing the losing team to capture all the zones. Oh, interesting. Okay. Gameplay and investment, weapons, archetypes, pulse rifle, and Redrix E-stock. Reduce stats to bring it down a notch. Range, 54 to 46. Handling, 74 to 69. Aim assist, 82 to 80. All right. I will say the biggest change here is going to be that range. That range is going to hurt, fellas. I know you guys are like, oh, wow. Great job, Bungie. This is going to do nothing. I promise you that range nerf is going to be felt. All right. Machine guns, general. Decrease the amount gained from heavy ammo crates in PvP. When magazine size has 80 or less, you should get 22 bullets. Right. Probably gonna go back. I mean, I may just go back to GLs today. Auto rifles, support frame, fix hit detection against damageable non-combatants such as the urns in the nether. Okay. Rocket assisted sidearms, fix an issue where detonations ignored certain object types such as ammo. Shoot to loot will now work properly on them. You know, I was also told rocket assisted sidearms can one-shot oracles inside of Vault of Glass. Is that true? Because like we literally were like saying to people in the guide to use Xenophage, but if rocket assisted sidearms could do it in one shot, that's fantastic. All right, exotic weapons. Thorn. Fix an issue where the Soul Devourer buff appeared on screen while the weapon was stowed. I don't understand. It did nothing. It was just a visual bug. Oh, okay. And you gotta have it out in order to get the benefits, right? Right. Yeah, I kind of wish you could proc it even while the weapon was stowed. And you know, a visual. I mean, you're already halfway there, Bungie. It's a visual bug. Make it just work, you know. Microcosm. Fix an issue where Microcosm could not stun Overload champions when the Overload Trace Rifle artifact perk was active. Interesting. All right, weapon perks. Willing Vessel Origin trait. Fix the Willing Vessel Origin trait not gaining stacks when support frame autos restore health to allies. Lone Wolf. Oh, this is going to be a big nerf. Aim assist when near allies decrease from 10 to 5. Aim assist when away from allies decrease from 20 to 10. Airborne effectiveness when near allies increased from 10 to 15 though. AE is also when away from allies has been increased from 20 to 30. So Bungie's trying to increase AE. So maybe it's like, yeah, you go for the aerial flank. But this definitely hurts Lone Wolf. It was such a good perk. Such a good perk, guys. I'm gonna have to really sit down and ask myself, which one do I want to use more? Do I want to use Lone Wolf more or just moving target more? You know what I mean? Closing time. All bonuses reduced by 50% on special weapons. Primary and heavy weapons retain the original effect though. Okay. And then weapon mods, Power of Ambition. This is one of our fragile mods. Fix an issue that allows swords with the Power of Ambition mod
Sivu Arath, and I am your end. Your false god cowers in her cyst world, scheming to profane a true throne. Defy me. Lift your blade to mine. Let their edges clash and keen and sing. Raise a hymn to the god of war.
Your sisters seek to reclaim you. They would carve you into the brother they remember.
The Inquisition of the Self. Heresy. They have changed too much.
For love. If they would do more than heresy.
Not love. Without our war, without me, they have found failure instead of victory.
You were slain. Do you think your killer, my truest knife, could not do the same again?
A bold claim. You barely hold me here. Though your throne reeks of a familiar ichor.
Savathun, dead by my hand. Xivu Arath, cut from her throne. These are my foundations. You think I barely hold you. Test me, and find how I have used your sister's strength.
I promise that I will. To break your chains with my own might would be a new triumph.
Then prove it is your own might. A victory while I am distracted by Xivu Arath is worth nothing at all.
She would cleave your throne world for my dreadnought to steal me.
By rituals of battle, I presume. I have dealt with them before.
I have not seen these deeds. Not yours, nor those of the Guardian you wield as knife. Xivu Arath must choose an altar rich with violence. Triumph again. I await it.
Guardian, there is a place deep in the Dreadnought that I know. You must halt what Xivu Arath has begun. Or she may yet claim her prize. Once, these cells were kept by Oryx. He imprisoned defeated enemies and discarded progeny to be stripped for chitin and repurposed into something useful. Now this prison is occupied by the Taken, and Xivu Arath's hive come to bring the war to them. It's a battle here. You must keep going deeper still.
The deepest part of this prison has seen the most death, the most suffering.
If you cannot bring yourself to provide something useful, be quiet.
Useful. The Dreadnought was made after my memory. But I understand the flow of energy here. You're running out of time.
Taken, and the ritual between them. The hilt of the Willbreaker. With the relic of a brother's sword, Xivu Arath would cleave the Dreadnought from my throne.
You treat the Taken as something apart from the Hive. They do have other species among their number, but it was I who made them. They are Hive. And their newfound curiosities serve me well.
Good. You've disrupted the ritual, but something else has stepped into the gap.
This is not my taking. Knife of my slaying. To arms.
You have no authority here. She will not soon be able to try again. For now, we have won. And we have Willbreaker's hilt. He's secure, discontented, but held fast. Do you hear him? Do you? Something is stirring in the Hive, as it is in the Taken. New aspirations ripple through the Ascendant Plane. These writs I have left you will guide your blade. Together, we cannot fail. Once, these cells were kept by Oryx. He imprisoned defeated enemies and discarded progeny to be stripped for chitin and repurposed into something useful. Now this prison is occupied by the Taken. and Xivu Arath's hive come to bring the war to them. I see Xivu Arath's ritual proceeds apace. If you reach beyond your own prison.
So it does. And I see you are familiar with the art of fighting our god of war. You cut her battle short. Blunt, but respectable. I have in my time done the same.
I am well aware.
Xivu Arath's hunters will become the hunted. They will have no retreat.
Once, these cells were kept by Oryx. He imprisoned defeated enemies and discarded progeny.
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Yeah. They also know. They also know. Thank God. No, I cannot. Oh, no, but...
Piece of violence.
I see Xivu Arath's ritual proceeds apace. If you reach beyond your own prison.
So it does. And I see you are familiar with the art of fighting our god of war. You cut her battle short. Blunt, but respectable. I have in my time done the same.
Yeah, this is old.
What a killing floor this would be.
Hello. You have the most beautiful hair in the world. Yeah, I'll go down there. Good game. Yeah, I guess so. Nothing major. Okay. What's that mean? Pick up a what? Oh yeah, I don't plan to go down there till like 6:30. And I already told Stuart, so... And I gave him the iPad, and then... Yeah. Yeah. And I told Tulip that I was like, you know, here, why don't you take the iPad? And he's like, oh, Michelle said, it is already going to be out there. And I said, I know she did, but I didn't put it out there like I told her I was going to, so I need you to take it out. Oh, okay. And he's like, then I can just have some energy come going, or whatever, when we do it. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. What are you talking about? That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's all I was saying.
Oh, I do see why she likes you.
Nothing more than pockets of battle here. You must keep going deeper still.
The deepest part of this prison has seen the most death.
Oh, you can if you want. It's not that big a deal.
If you cannot
I
bring
don't need
yourself
it
to
right
provide
away.
something useful, be quiet.
Useful. The Dreadnought was made after my memory. But I understand the flow of energy here. You're running out of time.
Per person? Per person? Oh. You're about ready to be told no. Hang on. I'm just trying to test.
5 end the Taken and the ritual between them. The hilt of the Willbreaker. With a relic of her brother's sword, Xivu Arath would cleave the dreadnought from my throne.
You treat the Taken as something apart from the Hive. They do have other species among their number, but it was I who made them. They are Hive, and their newfound curiosities serve me well.
The ritual, but something else has stepped into the gap.
This is not my taking. Knife of my slaying. To arms.
You have no authority here. She will not soon be able to try again. For now, we have won. And we have Willbreaker's hilt. He's secure, discontented, but held fast. Do you hear him? Do you hear him intervening any further? He is secure. I have him. I have him.
becomes a selectable perk on the weapon. Plus we get the One For All refit, which only leaves the target lock refit as the very final upgrade. Presumably, we'll get that next week. But to get the third catalyst, One For All, basically, we have to complete the Sunless Cell Strike with the Barrow Dyad equipped. And upon completing it, we get the Trembling Osseous Spine. We can take that back to the Shape-In Slab to get the 100-fold. We get the Trembling Osseous Spine. We can take that back to the Shape-In Slab to get the 100-fold Path quest. And that quest will require us to collect the final 2 Tithing Worm Spawn in the Nether on the Dreadnought. So, in we can take that back to the Shape-In Slab to get the 100. Overall, basically, we have to complete the Sunless Cell. Houndish here, and today jumping in with a quick Destiny 2 Heresy Act 3 video, and in this one we're going to round up how to get the final intrinsic upgrade for the Barrow Dyad, as well as the third exotic catalyst for the weapon. Both of these available fairly immediately after the launch of Act 3 this week. So firstly, we'll break down how to get the third catalyst, which will be the One For All refit for the weapon. Also, after putting the final intrinsic upgrade on, which we'll touch on in a moment, taking Resolution versus Ambition becomes a selectable perk on the weapon. Plus we get the One For All refit, which only leaves the target lock refit as the very final upgrade. Presumably, we'll get that next week. But to get the third catalyst, One For All, basically, we have to complete the Sunless Cell Strike with the Barrow Dyad equipped. And upon completing it, we get the Trembling Osseous Spine. We can take that back to the Shape-In Slab to get the 100-fold Path quest. And that quest will require us to collect the final 2 Tithing Worm Spawn in the Nether on the Dreadnought. So initially, if you need the locations for the other Worm Spawn, I'll link a video down below. If you're up to date at the point that Act 3 has gone live, you should just have 2 remaining, and these can be found in the new area of the Nether, which is the Hull Breach. To get Hull Breach, it is a random encounter like the others, so it may take a few runs to actually get it. I'm not sure if you can get it as the first encounter and just load in until you get the correct one. Either way, once you get to the Hull Breach, immediately upon entering the room, if you're looking across to the wizard boss that looks like Hashladun, immediately above you, there'll be the first of the worms in this area. So if you're up to date, that will be worm number 9. And the second one in the Hull Breach is directly opposite this, all the way on the other side of the room, where you can see my buddy Phantom is standing. So head in that direction, climb up onto the rocks, and you'll get the next worm. After all of those are completed, we simply have to finish the Sunless Cell Strike using only high rate of fire weapons. So that includes SMGs, auto rifles, machine guns, as well as Barrow Dyad. So I ran Barrow Dyad and then an auto rifle and a machine gun. You could run 2 SMGs if you want. Then when we complete the strike with these weapons equipped, we'll get that next refit, and we can go back to the Shape-In Slab and craft the weapon. In terms of the final intrinsic upgrade though, at the launch of Act 3, we've got a quest called Dyadic Perfection, and it requires us to collect the remaining taken osseous fragments which can be found within the Sunless Cell. After collecting all of them, we simply need to complete the strike. So, as we head into Sunless...
Got a report? Report. Stay loose. Never know when things will heat up.
Once, these cells were kept by Oryx. He imprisoned defeated enemies and discarded progeny to be stripped for chitin and repurposed into something useful. Now this prison is occupied by the Taken, and Xivu Arath's hive come to bring the war to them.
I see Xivu Arath's ritual proceeds apace. If you reach beyond your own prison.
So it does. And I see you are familiar with the art of fighting our god of war. You cut her battle short. Blunt, but respectable. I have in my time done the same.
I am well aware.
What a killing floor this would be. she likes you.
Nothing more than pockets of battle here. You must keep going deeper still.
The deepest part of this prison has seen the most death, the most suffering.
If you cannot bring yourself to provide something useful, be quiet.
Useful? The Dreadnought was made after my memory. But I understand the flow of energy here. You're running out of time.
And the ritual between them. The hilt of the Willbreaker. By the relic of a brother's sword, Xivu Arak would cleave the Dreadnought from my throne.
You treat the Taken as something apart from the Hive. They do have other species among their number. But it was I who made them. They are Hive, and their newfound curiosities serve me well.
Good. You've disrupted the ritual. But something else has stepped into the gap.
This is not my taking. Knife of my slaying. To arms.
You have no authority here. She will not soon be able to try again. For now, we have won. And we have Willbreaker's hilt. He's secure, discontented, but held fast. Do you hear him? Do you hear him intervening any further? He is secure.
belt right here, using only high rate of fire weapons, so that includes SMG. So if you're up to date, that will be worm number 9. And the second one in the Hull Breach is directly opposite this, require us to collect the final 2 this week. So firstly, we'll break down how to get the third catalyst, which will be the one for all refit for the weapon. Also, after putting the final intrinsic upgrade on, which we'll touch on in a moment, taking resolution versus ambition becomes a selectable perk on the weapon. Plus we get the one for all refit, which only leaves the target lock refit as the very final upgrade. Presumably we'll get that next week. But to get the third catalyst, one for all, basically, we have to complete the Sunless Cell Strike with the Barrow Dyad equipped, and upon completing it, we get the Trembling Osseous Spine. We can take that back to the Shaping Slab to get the 100-fold Path quest, and that quest will require us to collect the final 2 Tithing Worm Spawn in the Nether on the Dreadnought. So initially, if you need the locations for the other Worm Spawn, I'll link a video down below. If you're up to date at the point that Act 3 has gone live, What's up guys, Houndish here, and today we're jumping in to break down all of the new secrets available on the Dreadnought as part of Heresy Act 2. So going into this act, we knew that we'd get a new game mode with the Court of Blades. On top of that though, there have been a handful of updates to the existing Dreadnought and the Nether activity. Some of them actually cross over between both of the core game modes for Heresy, but it means there are new collectibles for the destination, as well as encounters and secrets. So we'll talk about all of that stuff, as well as the new Path of Ambition, reputation changes, new quests, rewards, triumph objectives, and a handful of other things in the video. So if you want a general idea of how the content has changed for Act 2, hopefully this video will help out. If it does, a rating below really does help us on the channel. But now let's get into it. And so first and foremost, for any folks who've been back to the Nether in particular, it has got some reasonably significant changes alongside Act 2. Firstly, the primary enemy in the Nether now is Taken. And of course before, dread enemies were the focus, now there's much more of a mixture. On top of that though, you'll notice a handful of new encounters when you run through the Nether. So there are ones like this one where we have to use the Pool of Light to take shields off enemies, a bit similar to the Pale Heart. There's a cool new encounter in the Hall of Souls where we have to stand next to the lanterns in order to detonate them, which will take out a bunch of blights around the room. And there's even a new consumed mechanic where before we'd have to take down 3 blights, but instead when it pops up now, there'll be 2 high value targets that we need to take down within the time limit, otherwise it will wipe the team. And when that's up, the Hive Eyes will spawn and give us stacks of suffocating terror. So a few mechanics changes in there, which is cool. On top of that, when you switch to the Path of Ambition, you'll notice that when you kill some enemies, they drop these orbs on the ground that we can consume, and they give us some reputation. Additionally, in future weeks for Acts 2 and 3, it looks like there'll be additional dredging up secrets triumphs, revealing hidden chests on the Dreadnought. But additionally, there are some Tithing Worm Spawn collectibles, which we'll touch on in a moment. The first one that we can pick up is actually in the Hall of Souls, or the starting area for the Court of Blades. I believe you can grab this from both locations, but bang in the middle of the Court of Oryx starting room, there's a hive worm under the bridge, and the first time we collect that, it'll unlock a new objective to complete a mission called RID, Path of Ambition. When we complete that, we're able to switch to the new reputation track at the Shaping Slab, and as you may have noticed, when we switch back and forth between those reputation paths, it will change the behavior of the Taken Divergence perk. So on Ambition, it allows the weapon to fire a whole bunch of Blighted Seekers after reloading, which bore through targets and explode. But Path of Ambition also resets our reputation, so we'll have to climb those ranks again, although there are some cool upgrades, including the Power of Ambition mod, where rapid hits with the weapon grant Blight rounds, which deals damage over time to targets hit by the weapon. And then, if you're after the first of the Barrow Dyad catalysts, now that we have the Court of Blades activity, when we complete an expert run of that, if we have Barrow Dyad equipped, it drops an item called Heavy Osseous Spine. That rewards us with the Needle's Path quest for the first catalyst for the weapon, which requires us once again to complete Court of Blades with Barrow Dyad equipped, as well as precision weapons, and then it will simply drop the High Impact Reserves catalyst. On top of that, once we have 4 of the intrinsic upgrades for Baradiad, we unlock a new emblem in Triumphs called the Wheel. Bit of a random mention here, but there's actually a hidden room in Eris's throne world. Not really super hidden, but if you drop down beneath the platform that Eris is on, there's an additional room below. For the moment, there's nothing in there, but it might be that we have to visit it at some point during Act 2. And the other component is that we get new tithing Wormspawn collectibles. So for week 1, there are 8 out of 10 of them available, and it seems the additional 2 will drop in future weeks, potentially in Act 3, but there are 2 of them available in each zone of the Dreadnought right now, so we'll run some footage here at the end of the video if you want to collect those. And so those are the new Dreadnought, Nether, and Court of Blades secrets as part of Act 2. Again, more will likely come on subsequent weeks, but if you wanted an overview of all of the additions to these activities, hopefully the video has been helpful. So let us know your thoughts on these in the comment section. If you have found the video useful, a rating below really does help us out. Otherwise though, thanks for watching, and I hope you guys have an awesome day.
Got it. That's enough. War is a constant. The only thing you can do is be prepared. Got it. Yes. That's enough. Oh no.
lowering. Let's move.
hatred as pure and potent as sunshine, soaking through your skin. Your deeds have inspired an abiding fear and hatred in the Hive. But now there's something more. You've been to where they long to go. Communed with the very object of their worship. Beneath the hatred lies a dreadful awe. Lower still, gnashing, searing envy.
she comes. It's over. Hashladun is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladun's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.
This video is going to show you how to solo the new Grandmaster Nightfall Sunless Cell. It's the reprise strike from Destiny 1. The weekly featured GM apparently is Scarlet Keep. It is not Sunless Cell. Now I've just beaten Sunless Cell and I've just lost the checkpoint, people. I can't redo the run. Before this week you could complete a Grandmaster and keep the checkpoint. It looks like you can't now, or it's exclusive to Sunless Cell. I'm not 100%. What I will tell you is with Sunless Cell, I can't show you the mods now because I've lost checkpoint. The surges though are Arc Surge and Void Surge. The champions are unstoppable and the threat is void. It's not arc like this. The threat was void for Sunless Cell. I can't show you the menu. That is what it is. So here's what I ran on a Titan. Now I was going to run Striker Titan, but I realized how bad it was at the final boss to stay alive. So Prismatic on all classes is going to do you much better for survivability at the final boss. I ran Prismatic Titan, Glacial Quake. Maybe would have swapped to something else actually, but Glacial Quake. Frenzy Blade, of course. Shackle Grenade, Aspects, Consecration, Knockout. Fragments Wars, Facet of Balance, Purpose, Protection, Facet of Dawn, Facet of Ruin. Facet of Dawn for damage bonus, Facet of Ruin to enhance shatter damage, Facet of Purpose for Frost Armor, Facet of Protection for resistance. This gives us more ability energy. Pairing that with Spirit Assassin, Spirit of Symphos. I highly recommend a meta subclass for this because it's actually quite difficult at the boss. The movement needs to be bob on unless you will die. I ran a fusion because there's a ton of unstoppables in this, so Riptide performed very well in this. I ran Luminarch as a sort of pseudo style of playing two different subclasses in one. Talk about that in the run. And Watchful Eye, if I could run this back, I would definitely run a linear. If I'm playing Prismatic Titan, the machine gun wasn't that worth it for me. I would have much preferred Storm Chaser for the boss fight. Although Watchful Eye was decent at everything else, just I didn't really find much benefit at the boss. Here's the mods on screen, won't go into it too much. I guess Prox Ward is a huge one in this. Massive. Massive. Oh, double void resist needs to go on. If you do not run double void resist and concussive dampener, you will die to the boss very easily. Very, very easily, in fact. Yeah, but that was the build I ran with. On with the run. So as we start this run, you want to make your way to the right hand side, and your main priority is to get to search exit while killing the unstop. We're going to do that with a shackle. So we're going to shackle, then make biotic enhancements proc to the left-hand side, then use our Consecration Slam, finish up with Riptide, invis, finish a kill, procs ward, and then move on. I'm going to build up a little bit of Transcendence energy, but I'm going to skip. No need to do anything else with that area. There is a Ivanova. I'm just going to try and kill a couple of them and then move on. That's the opening section done. Now, I missed a champ somewhere in this. I'm going to try and work out on the run where I missed that champ, because I'm not 100% at the time of me talking right now. There was one champ missed in this. I don't know where it was. So, I'm going to stun this unstop here. We're going to build up some ability energy. So, we're going to take him slower on purpose. I'm tactically doing this on purpose to build Transcendence and Super. Look at the Super energy. Yep, we do that. And then now we finally got our Super energy back. Okay, we got Frost Armor as well. Really nice. Really nice with Faceted Purpose on a Prismatic Titan. Okay, so we're just going to run past these ads. Now, I have been having some troubles with Glacial Quake in this run. This was the first time I've run it in a while. Look, the hit reg, I can't melee. I don't know what's going on. Look at that. The hit reg on Glacial Quake does not seem to be working for me. Look, and this happens all the way through the run. So, because of that, I'm recommending to you, for everybody watching this video, go to use either T-Crash or use the Strand Super. Use the Strand Super, you'll be better off, I think. I would have been definitely better off doing that instead of this. Because there's something going on with the melee reg. I don't know what it is. It won't... The hit reg is all messed up. So, we're having difficulty with this wizard. This is what we want to do here, is we want to melt him with guns, because obviously he's been awkward. Look at how he falls off the map. Off the obstacle, but that's fine. But your only goal here is to kill the 3 wizards and a champ. Right, so, look. You get the Suffocating Terror. I explained this in a video last week, a few days ago, about you need to run the Path of Ambition. You should be running Path of Ambition. However, it's not as bad as what I was expecting with the eyes. Pop a Transcendence here. I'm going to work round the room clockwise. Sorry, anti-clockwise. So we'll pop a Transcendence. We're going to keep going in Viz, of course, because the Spirit of Assassin. And we're just going to keep doing our melee all around the map. Your only goal, like I said to you, is to clear the wizards. Now let's see if I killed the unstop. I believe I did. I believe there's only one... Well, unless there's 2 unstops in this room. If anyone can let me know, is there 2 unstops in this room? It looks like there's only 1. I've missed a champ somewhere and I don't know where it is. Now round the obstacle. Answer to use either T for every room. Really nice. On purpose. I'm run this was watching this video, or the Strand Super. The use I'm recommending to you, for everybody watching this video, go to use either T-Crash or use the Strand Super. Use the Strand Super, you'll be better off, I think. I would have been definitely better off doing that instead of this. Because there's something going on with the melee reg. I don't know what it is. It won't... The hit reg is all messed up. So, we're having difficulty with this wizard. This is what we want to do here, is we want to melt him with guns, because obviously he's been awkward. Look at how he falls off the map. Off the obstacle, but that's fine. But your only goal here is to kill the 3 wizards and a champ. Right, so, look. You get the Suffocating Terror. I explained this in a video last week, a few days ago, about you need to run the Path of Ambition. You should be running Path of Ambition. However, it's not as bad as what I was expecting with the eyes. Pop a Transcendence here. I'm going to work round the room clockwise. Sorry, anti-clockwise. So we'll pop a Transcendence. We're going to keep going in Viz, of course, because the Spirit of Assassin. And we're just going to keep doing our melee all around the map. Your only goal, like I said to you, is to clear the wizards. Now let's see if I killed the unstop. I believe I did. I believe there's only 1... Well, unless there's 2 unstops in this room. If anyone can let me know, is there 2 unstops in this room? It looks like there's only 1. I've missed a champ somewhere and I don't know where it is. But look, we've killed that champ there. There's maybe a champ in mid. I've missed. Nope, I can't see one. Cannot see an unstop in mid. So it looks like I've done that room as is. As far as my knowledge, I've done as I should have. So the wizards need to be killed to take down the eye. That is your main mechanic in this. The channelers. You need to kill the channelers to despawn the taken eyes. There are a couple of things that are going to help you with the Suffocating Terror debuff. Most notably super. Let's talk about that when it comes up though. Right, I'm going to push up a little bit. We're going to do a bit of pseudo gameplay now where we sit back a little bit with Le Monarque as we observe the enemy spawns and stuff. So there's some Grims here. I believe the trigger, this video is going to be all about triggers and things. Once a portion of enemies are killed, you get the next wave and then the next wave, like that. And the final wave on this middle platform will be an unstop. So this is second wave. Second wave just spawned in there, look. Now you've got to get rid of the blights left and right. Don't do any of that yet. Don't do any of that yet. You just want to get rid of ads in mid. Those invis snipers are lethal. You can barely see them. With the taken AI updates, there's a lot of differences. We get sniped. I don't know what was going on there. We got sniped from somewhere, but we use our super. Oh, we do get our proc. Did you see that? We actually get our melee proc off. Now, one thing on Glacial Quake, because I believe this is not known properly by most people. Symphoseps, Spirit of Symphoseps does not buff the super, but it does buff the melee portion of Glacial Quake. The slam, no, but the melee portion, yes, because the melee portion of Glacial Quake is a melee, but it's also a super. So that's why you will see Glacial Quake mains on Spirit of Sympho, and you're like, how are they doing so much damage? Well, it's because Symphos works with part of Glacial Quake. Not all of it, but part of it. Specifically the melee part of it, not the slam. Okay, so now I'm dealing with the Grims left and right. There's still some ads up, but that's fine. This is why we've got Le Monarque on, by the way. And there's a whole host of different things I could have used. I can't redo the run because I've lost the checkpoint. I would have to use third-party sources to get that checkpoint back, but you know, which I may do. But what I'm saying is this run is what you're going to get off me, unfortunately. At least it's a run, and at least it's day one of me showing you it. So, once you've cleared out the ads, there's a special enemy left and right. This guy will snipe you from a range, or he will put up taken orbs. Get rid of them before you jump across. This is critical, because you're going to get void orbs on your location if you don't. It's a taken AI enemy update. Some of the enemies do different things, like Phalanx's shield walls now. I'm going to jump right across because I feel as though I'm confident enough to do that. And just use a super. I'm going to use my slam and just get rid of the ads. So this is good because it speeds it up a little bit. You know, 2 minutes here, 2 minutes there, whatever. So use our super here and then we just clear out the rest of mid. We get weak here. That's a good barricade though. Remember barricades when you're popping them. I know we're not on Bolt Charge Titan, but barricades very useful still for aggro. And I will use my rally barricade as an aggro option at the farm boss. Quite a lot. Okay, second blight. I'm going to take it out now. Boom, it's destroyed. You'll get the 2 rifts. The rifts can be destroyed with your gun. So a couple of LMG shots will get rid of the taken walls left and right. We're going to do a bit of Le Monarque damage here. Get Finn the Herd. That's what I'm doing here before I jump across. I'm not going to risk it for the snipes. This was, as I say, an experimental run to see the enemy spawns and stuff. My plan was to redo it and run it back of a more optimized run, but obviously I can't today as a result. But that's fine. You see my first clear. You see my first clear of this GM being done. So, yeah, we can take care of the walls. You don't have to, but I'm just showing you. I'm going to skip here a little bit. You can skip. Just go to the door. You go to the door. Any ads in mid, you can get rid of them. However, as long as you've got some offensive tool to get in this map, because we get weak there. That's fine, though. We use a Consecration Slam, get rid of the Bane. And now what we're going to do is go into mid. One eye will spawn in middle. Okay, now there'll be a left and right eye as well, which is spawned after a set amount of time. It is not based on ads. I'm on about this 2 additional taken eyes. If you're good enough and quick enough, you can kill your subjugator before then. I didn't. I still had my subjugator alive. It didn't hurt the run too much though, I suppose. Look, trying to melee him and it's not doing it. It's not me. Before you say it's me with the glacial, it's not. I'm an experienced Glacial Quake user, so it's not me. It's the hit reg. I don't know why it's like that. So all odds are down. We can't proc Symphos, so I'm just going to build up my next Glacial Quake. You can stand back here. Suffocating Terror, by the way, stacks to 20 will kill you. To stack 15 will reduce your HP. In order to get rid of Suffocating Terror, you can just look at the floor or run away. That will reduce Suffocating Terror stacks. The best way to reduce Suffocating Terror stacks, however, better than that, is in actual fact to just go behind cover and look at the ground. You will lose more stacks that way. Yeah, that's the least amount of stacks you will lose. Oh, the next thing is when you pop Super, you lose all Suffocating Terror stacks. I repeat it again. When you pop Super, you will lose all Suffocating Terror stacks. Got it? So you can use this to your advantage. I was noticing on my run. So when I'm playing a little bit more aggressive, when I want to push up with a Glacial Quake and I've done damage and I've got Terror stacks, say 16, if I pop my Glacial Quake, okay, I will then lose all stacks and I'll be able to extend my damage. Rather than do damage, hide, do damage to hide, you know what I mean? Rather than having to do that, if I've got a Super, I'll use it. To take note, if your subjugator is a Bane, he is 35% stronger. Mine wasn't. I got lucky, I suppose. They're tanky, by the way. These subjugators, the wardens, they are all tankier than a standard GM. There's something special about this GM with yellow bars. It's probably like this balanced because there's no other champs apart from Unstopables. There's no overloads, there's no barriers, it's just Unstopables. So I think, you know, in a way to balance it, the yellow bars are much more tankier than any other GM I've played. I can confirm that. I don't know the percentage, but I can definitely confirm it. Look, here we go. We get the 2 extra eyes in. Suffocating Terror times 8. We'll get our... we need to kill the subjugator, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go in with some Consecration Slams, pop Super, because the subjugator might kill me in my Transcendence. I don't know specifically. So instead of just guessing, I just use Super. We tried to kill at Hypernova again, but we couldn't, but that's fine. We were still in our Super by that time. I have a Transcendence to pop, but I'm just going to come back here for a minute. Just for a bit of respite. But yeah, there's eyes left and right and mid for me, because I have not dealt with my subjugator yet. So this room, I didn't do it the best, did I? I didn't do it the best. But like I say, we'll be able to optimize, re-optimize it, etc. Subjugator's weak. I want him finishable at least. But yeah, we're going to push up now. Suffocating Terror times 3. I'll pop a Transcendence. Going Invis helps a little bit with Suffocating Terror as well. It doesn't cure it entirely, but it does help. Okay, so we need to get rid of the channels left and right. And Subjugator middle to close the eyes up. 3 eyes. There's a champ on this phase. Unstoppable. There we go. We get enough damage on him to finish or kill him. That's good. Look at our Transcendence. Look at our Super Energy. We're doing well. So now we do another Consecration Psalm in mid. Finally, our woes are healed and that damn Subjugator is killed. And now we just need to kill the Farm Wizard. Suffocating Terror never got over times 10 there, did it? While I was playing Invis, Transcendence, spamming. So it was pretty good. Okay, get rid of the remaining ads. You're now going to deal with phase 2 of this room. And that is an Ogre. He's not unstoppable. It's just a taken Ogre that's very tanky though. You can... It looks like there's 2 waves of enemies when you're fighting the Ogre. 2 main waves. There's a wave right at the start. You will see the doors open up when the Ogre comes in, that is. I used a Super here and I shouldn't have. I should have actually saved it, but that's fine. We're getting rid of them. We're going to get our super plenty, so it's not like it's a mistake or anything, but I would have rather used it at the start of the ogre phase rather than right there. But anyways, once those ads are killed, doors will open. 3, in actual fact, I think. Middle door ogre, left and right ads, and one of them will be a bane on this phase. So I'm going to pop a Transcendence here, and I need to get Sim4 buff on the ogre in mid. Let's try and see if we can do that. I wasn't 100% what I could tank in this GM, you know. That was the main thing, is that what can I exactly do against these ads and make sure that we don't die, you know what I mean, etc. That was more true at the final boss. I don't know what I can do with the final boss with Consecration Slamming. Does he 1 KO? I don't know. But I didn't risk it on the run. I don't know what you can tank off him. Can you tank a slam off him, or does he 1 KO? Because he did used to. Darkblade would 1K you, definite. With 1 slam, you'd be dead. I don't know in this run if that is the case. Because I did not Consecration Slam the boss. Okay, so we've pulled back a little bit here. We're just getting rid of some of these Scions. They're doing massive damage. Those dire Scions, they're doing massive void retaliation attacks. All these taken enemies have been updated. Yeah, that was because of the update at the start of this season, the one I noted to you about the taken unstops. It's not just Phalanxes. Scions got updated. Phalanxes got updated. Attacks. All these taken enemies have been updated. They're doing massive void retaliation attacks. Damn it, those dire Scions. They're doing massive void retaliation attacks. All these taken enemies have been updated. Yeah, that was because of the update at the start of this season, the one I noted to you about the taken unstops. It's not just Phalanxes. Scions got updated. Phalanxes got updated. All the taken enemy. It's kind of like it's not a new enemy race. I know, but it kind of is a new variant of taken enemies. You can't deny that it is, isn't it? All the enemies that are behaving completely differently. Also, when you kill an ad, you get a dog. Frequently. The dogs were spawning tons. Look at this. Constantly getting dogs. Okay, we use a super there. That done decent. Cleared out the room. Now, I wasn't 100% if there was another... At the time of doing this, I couldn't mind if there was another ad wave or not, but there isn't. There doesn't end up being another ad wave on this. So I could definitely just pop Transcendence now and melt him. Machine Gun's doing good work. This Consumed Ogre's tank. He's a damn tank. He really, really is. Being able to tank out a lot. So yeah, that's why we've got Le Monarque on, so that we can play pseudo long range, but we've still got CQC in our kit. The reason why Le Monarque was on is because of the Shrieker Room, yeah. You know, the Shrieker Room's quite a long portion of this GM, and we got close there, but we're fine. You know, if you don't do the Shrieker Room pretty fast, it can take up a sizable amount of the time. We'll actually have a look at how long it took me. We're on 16 minutes there. So we'll see how... 16 and a half. We'll see how long the Shrieker Room took. Okay, so for Shrieker Room, what worked in D1 kind of still works now for positioning in terms of Shrieker Destroy. It's actually a similar 1-to-1 ratio. If people who didn't play D1, you can take out the left Shrieker like this. Okay, they open up on distance. Manipulating Shrieker distance is critical for this. Now, we can take out the right Shrieker. There seems to be a bit of a dead wall on that particular bit. That's why I was struggling to take out this Shrieker. It's the only Shrieker I struggle with. The rest of them I'm fine. That's what I end up doing. Now, there's 2 taken Wardens as well, and you don't need to kill both. I don't know the repercussions if you only kill 1 as opposed to 2, but I don't think you need to kill both. And they take up quite a lot of time. We're just going to get rid of this second Shrieker here to our right. Take Shriekers out in this order as well. Let's see how many Shriekers there is. 4 each side and 3 in mid. 7 Shriekers. Okay, so there's going to be a bunch of ads in middle. You can't really... I mean, you can push up, but I wasn't risking it. But yes, you can, and with Simfos, I would have gone in Vs on melee kills, etc. But, you know, this video is going to show you more ad spawns, etc. So you get that bunch of ads in middle. A dog will spawn for every damn acolyte that you kill. That will happen. So just pay attention to those. So yeah, I'm just thinning the room, and then what we're going to do is work on the 2 left and right Shriekers. To do that, watch. So back up as you're doing damage, and then come here. See that? So you can do it. You can one cycle if you've got a bolt charge going, but if you haven't, then do exactly what I did. Do damage as you walk and back up the stairs. Back up the stairs. Do the same thing for right. Here we go, look. There you go. And it safely deals with the Shriekers, no problem. Once you've done that bit, you then want to decide which Taken Warden you're killing. I can't even mind if I killed them both or not. I don't think I do. Let's see. Middle Shriekers are different. So the way I deal with middle Shriekers is I'll go for the middle Shrieker, and then back up slowly, and then round corner, cover like that. See? The Void Blast will hit you, but the Shrieker will then close. Well, it will hit the cover. The Shrieker will then close up, boom, and then we get him on the second cycle. Poison should kill. This is why Lemonarch's so good for Shrieker. Oh no, it doesn't. Nearly did though. There's some ads left, so I'll just get rid of them quickly with a Shackle in Lemonarch. These Wardens are very tanky. They're Ultra Bars, and they're very, very tanky. So, you know, you've got to pay attention with them. The Unstop has pushed us. That's fine. Let him push. That's okay. Let's get a stun with Riptide. That's why Riptide's on. Riptide performed very good in this against the Unstops and Wizards. It was a good Wizard melt weapon. Yeah, to follow up after Consecration Slams and stuff like that. That's it. We'll just take him out with the machine gun. Finisher. Boom. Done. Unstop. Okay, 2 Shriekers left. Now, the positions for Shrieker right and left mid is like this. You come here and you do the bow strafe. So the bow strafe is like this. You'll get hit a little bit, but only a little bit, look. Boom. Shrieker easily taken care of. This room could be so much harder than this. It could be. But with this advice on the Shrieker position, and you should not die to Shriekers. Definitely not. If you die to Shrieker, you've probably done something wrong. Unstop. So there's an unstop left and right. There we go. That was a nice Consecration Slam. But look at what happened. Once you get so much progress in the room, you'll get Thrall spawning with Taken melee Knights. And they have a new attack that I've never seen before. If you've seen this attack before, let me know where you've seen it, because I've never seen it. I'm going to use a super here. I don't know why I've supered right Warden. I should have supered left. Oh, there's an unstop there, right? A champion is defeated. I stunned him and I immediately killed him. So that unstop was killed. To confirm for that, I only froze him once, but he was killed. There was a lot of taken enemies spawned up. These are the knights. The knights that do the strand attack. I've never seen it before. It's new this season at least. Just pay attention to what they do. You'll see it more. Right, watch what he tries to strand you. You sort of missed it because I turned my camera, but yeah, they try to strand you, and I hope he does it so you can see it. Probably don't see it on the run. That's unfortunate. But yeah, they can shackle you and drag you quite far. So captains don't generally have that attack. That is new as of this season, as far as I'm aware. So I ended up supering the wrong Warden because I was like, do I really need to kill both Wardens? And I was like, I don't, do I? But I don't know the repercussions if you do or you don't. So I should not have supered right Warden. So what to take away from that is choose which Warden you're going to kill and commit to that one Warden because it opens the door. That's all it does. So I'm going to use a super here. Why not? I can't obviously proc anything Synthocept wise, but that's fine. We're just going to use our Glacial Quake like this. You can kill them from a distance with Luminarch, you really can, or you can do... I think I do a Transcendence on them. Again, I was unsure on how hard these Wardens hit. I need more time with this GM to know that. So I wasn't 100% on that. The Taken Walls, oh, they don't hit that hard though. Barely getting hit there with the Taken Wall at least. This Taken Warden is basically done now. We jolted him there, shackle him. But yeah, you don't have to do that. You can just take him out with Luminarch. I wish I had a linear on. The 2 runs before this, I did run a linear, but then I swapped a machine gun thinking that I would need that more than the linear. But having thought about it again...
Once, these cells were kept by Oryx. He imprisoned defeated enemies and discarded progeny to be stripped for chitin and repurposed into something useful. Now this prison is occupied by the Taken, and Xivu Arath's hive come to bring the war to them.
Xivu Arath's ritual proceeds apace. If you reach beyond your own prison.
So it does. And I see you are familiar with the art of fighting our god of war. You cut her battle short. Blunt, but respectable. I have in my time done the same.
I am well aware.
Xivu Arath's hunters will become the hunted. They will have no retreat. see why she likes you. Xivu Arath has something of mine. I can taste it from here. Sword edges and screaming.
Not until we claim that artifact. Nothing more than pockets of battle here. You must keep going deeper still.
The deepest part of this prison has seen the most death, the most suffering.
If you cannot bring yourself to provide something useful, be quiet.
Useful. The Dreadnought was made after my memory. But I understand the flow of energy here. You're running out of time.
The Hive and the Taken, and the ritual between them. The hilt of the Willbreaker. By the relic of her brother's sword, Xivu Arath would cleave the Dreadnought from my throne.
As something apart from the Hive. They do have other species among their number, but it was I who made them. They are Hive, and their newfound curiosities serve me well.
Disrupted the ritual, but something else has stepped into the gap.
This is not my taking. Knife of my slaying. To arms.
You have no authority here. She will not soon be able to try again. For now, we have won. And we have Willbreaker's hilt. He's secure, discontented, but held fast. Do you hear him? Do you hear him intervening any further? He is secure.
Step clear, Guardian.
The city is the first priority.
gonna be a problem.
Cassioid has to go through us if they want security.
I don't have training for that. We need a centralized city government, now more than ever.
Have you spoken to Commander Zavala recently?
When was the last time you can remember we were at peace?
The city is the first weapon.
I need a rest.
Security check. All secure.
Not gonna be a problem.
Your system may be faulty. Suggest diagnostic to check for any compromised
Back's killing me.
Yeah, that's right.
This is not a combat zone. Move along. Back's killing me.
Nice.
Cassioid has to go through us.
Check in. All positions clear.
Oh no. I told them. There. We need a centralized city government, now more than ever.
I think I
fix this.
If I'm too late and I don't go invis, like, I don't know if you remember what I did here, but I went invis and then came back to it because I know I was afraid if I walk slowly the shakers will catch up. Bro, once they see you, it's over. And I'm not hitting any headshots. Awesome.
I see Xivu Arath's ritual proceeds apace. If you reach beyond your own...
I will ego this run. I'll try at least. We'll see how it goes.
And I see you are familiar with the art of fighting our god of war. What a killing floor this would be.
Am I ever gonna heal? Yeah, this is another one where it's most likely a wipe. I'm just not gonna have transcendence.
Oh, I do see why she likes you.
Please don't kill me, please, please, please. Thank you. It should work normally. It should work normally.
The deepest part of this prison has seen the most death, the most suffering.
If you cannot bring yourself to provide something useful, be quiet.
Useful. The Dreadnought was made after my memory. But I understand the flow of energy here. You're running out of time.
Bad game. Bad game. Right at the door. Yeah, I didn't check that. If you can clip it. I wasn't really watching.
There! You are there! The Hive and the Taken, and the ritual between them. The hilt of the Willbreaker. With a relic of a brother's sword, Xivu Arak will cleave the Dreadnought from my throne.
Bro, why he did that? Give me ads, bro. Does he not give ads the first like 10 fucking invises or what?
You treat the Taken as something apart from the Hive. They do have other species among their number, but it was I who made them. They are Hive, and their newfound curiosities serve me well.
Uh-oh.
You've disrupted the ritual, but something else has stepped into the gap.
Bro, this could have been so much better, man. Now it's
Knife
just
of my slaying.
not good.
To arms.
To run, it's just not good.
Have no authority here.
No, not the ruining it. Ruin. 1106. Oh well, not good. We'll do better later.
For now, we have one.
Oh,
And
obviously
we have
not this.
Willbreaker's hilt. He's secure, discontented, but held fast.
Everything depends on the Vanguard.
System diagnostics complete. This unit functioning at 98.3% optimum performance.
I can definitely fix this.
The city is the first priority.
Security check. All secure.
We need a centralized city government. Now more than ever.
Security seek check-in. All positions clear.
Gonna need someone to shut off the power.
I think I screwed up my wrist. That's bad. Assignment in progress. War is the only constant. Anything else is a lie.
When was the last time you can remember we were at peace? I can definitely fix this. Not gonna be a problem.
The Vanguard wishes everyone to know that they are appreciated. Castle has to go through us if they want security.
Affirmative. All clear.
Yes.
System diagnostic complete. This unit functioning at 98.3% optimum performance.
Back's killing me. Back's killing me.
Okay.
Oh my god, I felt that. I felt that. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was crazy.
I had no idea he was over there.
I almost died. I had like a slither of health. That was insane.
Well,
Jeez.
that was uncool. Where is that guy?
It won't matter. Because he's dead.
Guess he did my boy dirty.
Oh my god, it's me.
Suck my meat.
Is there any... Did we keep... Oh, good. Go good. Still here. There's heavy right here.
Oh, I'm cool.
Okay. Here we go. I'm worried about this boss room.
We should be fine.
Have you spoken to commanders of our...
Oh dear.
We jolted him there, shackle him. But yeah, you don't have to do that. You can just take him out with Lemonarch. I wish I had a linear on. The 2 runs before this, I did run a linear, but then I swapped a machine gun thinking that I would need that more than the linear. But having thought about it again, the linear, for at least for Consecration Titan, be better to run a linear to speed up DPS.
Have you spoken to commanders of our...
Just to speed up DPS against the final boss. It would speed that up. Yeah, I notice that's where you need to strafe left and right in your location. However, definite, you need to know, and I'll remind myself as the run goes on so that... Also, spam ammo, you will get a rally banner at the boss. Yep, it's that much, but it's really well designed. I must admit, the reprised version. So this is completely different to the Destiny 1 version. The Destiny 1 version has Darkblade, yeah. He comes out of his door, you know, all that happens, and then Curse for All chase you. That's generally what you get on the D1 version. On the D2 version, it's all different. So let's follow moment to moment on all the ad spawns, because this is critical information that you need to know, and I'll remind myself as the run goes on so that I'm better for my next clear. Right, let's pay attention to HP. I'm just going to edge the boss with my weapons. I'm not going to Consecration Slam him because I'm not 100% if he one-shots, and I don't want to find out right now on this run. I'll find out, but not on this run. So, yep, we're edging the boss. How much damage have we done now? 20%. This guy hasn't got a lot of HP, but it's balanced so that he doesn't have a lot of HP. He's actually balanced very well because there's 2 of them. Yep, 2 bosses in 1 GM. It's a first. You're getting 2 bosses in this Grandmaster. That's very good. That's insane. Whoever thought that up, yep, that's a very good thing. So, at 25% HP, 4 wizards will spawn in. We use a super for them. Try and at least kill 1 to 2 with your super. At least, if you can. Just about, anyways. So that's 2 wizards. You get Suffocating Terror, of course. But if you melt down your wizards quick enough, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to you. Wait, was that 4 wizards or 3? No, that's only 3 wizards, my bad. So there's 3 Taken Eyes with 3 wizards. It is critical you have a super for them. Definite. Or at least Transcendence. Or at least use Transcendence. Either or, you would have got away with both. Either or, it's up to you. It really, really is up to you. Okay, so now we continue to do boss damage. Let's see the next enemy wave, at what percentage, what enemies spawn in. Knowing in advance what spawns is absolutely critical for this. I thought that this GM was going to be a bit of a cakewalk, and up until now, it hasn't been too bad. It's final phase, that's where you separate the men from the boys. It really is final phase. That's where it's tough. We're going to jolt the boss. Remember as well, when he TP... Oh, here we go. I think we get ad waves coming up. Oh, no, not yet. Yeah, we do, yeah. So at 55% HP, Taken for All and Curse for All spawning. Get a good shackle, round them up. Look, round the herd up, get a shackle in. And then we use a melee going Viz, and that's them dealt with. Always keep an eye on the boss. By the way, if you pick up a Taken Sigil, you get double damage. I'm double damage. Blister and Dominance is a double damage buff. I mentioned it last week on the video if you didn't see it. If you happen to see a Taken Stone and you're about to kill a champ, pick up that Taken Stone. Remember, Taken of Ambition allows you to pick it up, whereas Taken of Resolution, you need to shoot it. Two different ways of interacting with the Sigil Stone, depending on which vendor that you use. Alright, well, let's speed up damage because we're taking too long now. Let's see how the next HP gate is. So we're down to the K. Linear would definitely speed this up, wouldn't it? With Particle, it would definitely speed up damage for this bit. When he goes in Viz, be mobile so that he does not TP on your location. However, the game, if you, I guess from my experience, when you volatile detonate him, it shows you the next location he will spawn. This is part of the mechanic. This is part of the boss. Because I'm detonating him, I can see where he's spawning. Not on this phase, I can't though. I guess I didn't detonate him. Yeah, look, see, you can sort of see him in advance. Always be mobile on that teleport phase so that he does not TP on your location. That's what he used to do. Right, there we go. So at this phase, boss goes immune. Now you want to do 3 Consecration Slams. Try and avoid using Transcendence. You should be fine just using your standard melees. Go around the map. Yeah, Consecration Slam. They're not ultras, they're only red bars. I get weak here off the Cursed. I wasn't paying much attention to them, but that's fine. It's not arc threat, so you're alright. This is where double void resist comes in critical. Get rid of your Cursed. Final phase. They need to get rid of them quickly with the machine gun. Quickly, and get them out of there. The phase starts quick. Final boss spawns in. This is boss 2 of the GM. And you want to do map rotating. And you want to wait for some enemies to spawn in and get a melee kill on them. Go in Viz. Right, there we go. Try and go in Viz as soon as. This will help you to do a good strategy for final boss. This is why we've got Prismatic Titan on. Oh, I didn't do that. I used to use a super. Alright. Well, I'll use a super instead. But you could have done what I suggested. We shackled and supered because it was critical. Unstop. Me and Unstop's left. Now you need to do, now the void resist. The boss does void damage. The champ is still frozen. And there's 1 ad left up. Do not let the boss hit you too much. He melts. Get a stun on your unstop and get rid of him. And also try and get a finisher kill. We was overcommitting to damage there, notice. That's where you need to strafe left and right. Use amplified buff. Use your momentum. There we go. That's how we've controlled that section. You can also get a Bane, and if it's a Drain Bane, you must focus that Drain Bane unless you will die. You will definitely die. It's possible if you get a Drain Bane on this section. The final boss is very aggroed on you with his Void Attack. He does not melee you. Although if you go close, I guess he would stomp. But he's very threatening with that Void Attack. If you've not got Amplified buff at all, boom, it's 3-4 shots, you're taking a hell of a lot of damage off him. What I recommend is get them barricades up as much as possible. This will aggro the boss onto your barricade quite a lot. Like so. And we're getting overshields because of Luminarch, that's quite handy. Now I did not know at this stage what enemy spawns was coming in. Right, so we've had 1 unstop. I believe we're going to get another one with another enemy wave. But I thought you got 3. So at the time of this run, I was like, do I get another 3rd? Because I was saving a Transcendence and a Super. And you don't. So I totally could have supered this boss right now. Like, right now, I could super him. you know, and then build up another cooldown. I didn't know at what stage I'm gonna get that second unstop. Makes it a better watch, I guess, for people watching. Damage on him, like I say, linear would be far better than this, because you're having to peak shoot him. You can't do too much sustained damage, just because of the amount of damage he does with the void stuff. Notice though, you can sort of use the pillars in mid as cover. He hits really hard, make no mistake about it. I guess in my run it doesn't look like he's very threatening, but I can honestly tell you, today he's killed me once or twice without me, like, not realising it, or like being surprised by him. Yeah, I did die once or twice to him today. Alright, this is the next enemy wave. I believe there's another unstop, unless I've got it wrong. These ads spawn in Taken Blights. Get rid of them. That's why you want to do a consecration, so I'm going V's and then run through the Taken Blights, get rid of it, or shoot them down. So yeah, I don't know if I get another enemy wave. Let's see. What time on?
This is the Sunless Cell Grandmaster. Let me know what you think about it down in the comment section below. We're obviously running Bolt Charge Titan loadouts for it. This week's Adept. I'm not sure what Adept actually dropped this week, so I'll have to add that in the comments. See if we want to farm it. What Adept did it give you guys?
Scintillation.
Oh, gotcha. Perfect. Scintillation this week if you're interested. Linear. Got that one done as our first try in 13. I'm sure if you get fast and efficient, you could probably get it done in like 10. No problem. So, got on a fusion rifle and then a machine gun for overload.
These cells were kept by Oryx.
Yes, yes.
He imprisoned.
This is the Sunless Cell Grandmaster. The new Grandmaster has just dropped in Act 3. We got Void Surge, Arc Surge, Overcharged Weapons. We're going to have Overload champions and Unstoppable champions. Void Threat, so be mindful of that. Shriekers are going to be very scary. Obviously, the other mode modifiers are there as well. Let's jump right into it. We're going to clear it with the team here. The game plan, we're doing Arc Titan. Peregrine Greaves, always such a nice option for fighting against champions, like one-shots them and stuff. For Unstoppable, we got on a fusion rifle and then a machine gun for overload.
These cells were kept by Oryx.
Yes, yes.
He imprisoned defeated enemies.
That's going to be the game plan for myself. So we got both champions able to stun, and then we'll hit them with Greaves. We're just doing Rainbow Resist here. Solar, Arc, and Void. Should be pretty fun. Should be a pretty good GM. I don't even know if the Adept is going to drop. We'll have to check it out. See what we get at the end. And check out how difficult this is on Grandmaster difficulty.
Oh, get the DMT ornament, bro. I think sick as hell.
What do you think?
He was in the interview, so I can't watch it? Okay, but what the fuck though? Anyway, should we watch some clips what now or what? Oh, Jesus. Bruh. That's fucking rough.
My parents were visiting, and then they were sleeping on the guest bed with my.
That's cooked.
And I was sleeping on her couch. And that night, I was like sweating so much, like, completely drenched, like all my clothes and all the sheets.
Weird. Don't be weird in chat. Don't be weird. I will defend it. I don't care what this guy did, cheated or not, whatever the fuck. Bro, nobody deserves to have anything like that to them. Like that's just odd. Like
and
what?
I went to the ER expecting.
What a weird taking.
Like, they'd be like, oh, you have, some sort of bug, maybe the COVID or what.
Hey, in my opinion, if you have thoughts and you say shit like deserve when somebody gets something really bad like that happen to them that's unrelated to what they did or whatever, because you think that they deserve it to like atone or something like that, bro, I gotta keep it a buck. Hey, if something happens to you, don't be looking around. Don't be looking around like, oh guys, now this. I'm just saying it. It's gonna, you know. We can't hear anything. Chat, is this fun, you think, or not? Give me this. Chat, anytime I watch him play PUBG, chat, he gets a lot of kills, but in the PUBG Rivals, chat, he had 0 kills. Was he lagging? Chat, was the GOAT lagging the whole time? It's because of the high ping servers. Dude, yeah, that makes sense. A useful gift in the PO box. Cool. Chat, should we open a PO box again or what?
No way. Wireless signal hidden camera detector.
Don't use that here.
Wait.
No way. Wireless signal hidden camera detector.
No, but hold on though, chat. That's kind of smart though. You use that on the PO box gifts to make sure that the PO box gifts don't have the hidden stuff in it. Hold on. That's actually even more useful than the joke.
Don't use that here.
What? What? Just looking at phone while driving it.
Like me.
Really, dude?
Bro, I seen I'm gonna see Silky today, bro.
Like me.
Really, Big J? Jay?
Bro, I seen I'm gonna see Silky today, bro.
Jeez, man. Anyway. Really, dude? Don't be doing that.
Yo, I don't want a
do that.
backseat, but the...
For directions, well, I gotta be honest with you. Seemed like he was fiddling with the phone. Okay? If your attention is on the phone and you're fiddling with it, not the same as glancing at the GPS on the front. It's not the same. Not the same. Don't.
Mistborn trilogy in the background is in the wrong order. What do you you can't even read it. It's blurry. What kind of fucking zoom enhanced frame shit are you using? What are you... Well, how is this? I don't even know.
Back's killing me.
Well, he's just a nowhere guy. That's what it is. Chat, when I was young, chat, I had all the Dragon Ball Z like little books.
It's in the wrong order.
And there was
That's
colors,
1, 3,
like a
2.
gradient. So I would know too if it was in the wrong order. Yeah, I'm japping.
Holy shit.
What else we got there, chat? Anything crazy or what?
Yeah, I think we
Pipe?
maybe just do.
Hello.
I guess
That guy was staring at your boobs a lot. That guy really liked your boobs. That was crazy.
I would like that too. Yeah, I think we can maybe just do.
Hello.
I guess
That guy was staring at your boobs a lot. That guy really liked your boobs. That was crazy.
I would like that too.
He was like very low key, or very high key, I mean. Oh, another little look, huh? Hey.
Was he?
Very high key, I mean.
This guy. A little bit of this.
That guy, that's crazy. That guy is.
Jeez. Anyway. Kind of shameless, but it is what it is.
Of the pit, maybe they go unchecked. Maybe the second does. From inside sight, Brolin with the double. Spinks doesn't get his. Whew. And so it's enough pressure to at least puncture through. Low health on the remaining two. Bomb to be planted inevitably. Mezzi never mind. And Nate finds him. And that's going to fluster ZywOo. Gets him out of the pit with 2 kills to his name. He can try to go for the plant, but they're going to push through. He gets the kill.
He has time.
Just enough. Just enough to clutch. The third to the board for Vitality if he hits this. And you've got a fully health Torji on the other end.
This guy's pretty good.
He knows the ops up.
Inspired by Rops, you can see him in the backdrop.
He has 3 bullets. ZywOo has 3 bullets he can't reload.
Boy, he's the woo.
He has got to hit this on its head, and Torji plays with the time to create that uncertainty. From which direction does he come? ZywOo doesn't know. So now he just holds, and suddenly Torji's close. That uncertainty, from which direction does he come? ZywOo doesn't know. So now he just holds, and suddenly Torji's close. Did you ever doubt it?
He had 2 extra bullets.
Only needs 1.
Chad, is that him? Jeez.
Oh, Kassan, you're gay, whatever the fuck, okay? I just don't want other content creators to get fucking destroyed by this kind of toxic behavior. Okay? That's it. Like, even beyond the Adolf Hitler associations, okay?
Whoa!
I think
associations. What? What?
I think outside of like being woke, there's an environment of toxicity associated with these guys that are like serial harassers, serial doxers, incredibly toxic, and it completely rips apart the remaining semblance of community that Twitch has had as opposed to other platforms like YouTube. I mean, he's done virtually every bad decision you can take. He's done all of that. I mean, he recently.
People get banned for the most outrageous shit over and over and over again. Never get permitted. Okay, Aiden gets permitted. Aiden gets unbanned, and for 2 years, everybody was like, "Dude, what if this happens? What if that? This would, this could, this would, this will, this could, this can, this could, right?" And now that that's getting banned, it's, oh my god, dude, would this could happen? Bro, it's starting to sound like fucking schizos. People are starting to sound like actual fucking schizos. It's insane, bro. I hate this like big wall of.
To reprise that discussion and my conclusions now.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today we've got a bit of a wild day, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm sure you've heard of the name Carl Jobst. He's a pretty popular YouTuber, that covers speedrunning mishaps on the internet. You probably also know Carl from a massive lawsuit involving him against Billy Mitchell. Now, if you don't know the name Billy Mitchell, well, then welcome to the world of video gaming high records. Billy Mitchell is formerly, or at least currently known as the King of Kong. If you don't know King Kong, Donkey Kong was a super old arcade game. Billy Mitchell once, had a super duper high score on it. I believe still does. And generally through it, it became a massive point of contention from a lot of the speedrunning community. People like Carl Jobst, plenty of other speedrunning YouTubers decided to take a little bit of a new look at this man's Donkey Kong record and basically said that, it probably involved some undue play, if you will. And for a long time, this started a lawsuit that involved YouTubers and Billy Mitchell. And Billy Mitchell was already this polarizing figure. A lot of us really wanted to see Billy Mitchell absolutely fail because we really didn't think his records were legit. Well, yesterday in Australian court, Carl Jobst is the one that actually lost this case. And normally I would have a little bit of a, laugh about this kind of stuff, just as a coping mechanism. But here it's just a somber reminder that when you do unchecked statements, sometimes it can really come back and bite you right on the ass. So to give you gamers an idea, literally a couple days ago, I saw that Carl posted, "The court has decided to stream my decision live on YouTube, so you can watch me win or lose in real time." So they provided a YouTube link to Mitchell v. Jobst 2025 QDC 41 defamation judgment. Now, immediately when you go to this link right over here, this is a brand new account made by, the courts of Queensland. And they actually just removed this video entirely after the judgment was presented. But you can actually pick up a original like clip of this, like 24-minute like super cut of the actual like defamation case playing out, right? So again, it's kind of insane. You can watch it for yourself.
Has caused Mr. Mitchell additional personal harm and additional harm to his reputation. It was severely aggravating conduct.
You've probably been using washers for the vast majority of your life. And it's kind of obvious what they do. They make bolts bolt bigger. You use them when you're told to use them, and put them back when you remove them, most of the time. Sometimes they let you fix things with a drywall screw from the tetanus drawer. I think I've reached a point in my life where the washer must be truly understood and appreciated. Here's a washer video for you. Long before the precision-tooled metal discs we know today, most ancient civilizations made use of washer-like devices from available materials. Archaeological findings from Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Rome all have revealed the use of primitive washers from leather, bone, wood, and eventually bronze to prevent splitting in wooden and stone structures. The Romans employed copper discs in their aqueducts to prevent leakage, while Chinese engineers during the Han Dynasty developed bronze washers for more complex mechanisms like Zhang Heng's seismograph. These washer-like components represent early engineering insight into load distribution principles. As craftsmanship evolved through the medieval period into the Renaissance, the production of washers became a skill of blacksmiths and specialized artisans. Castle builders, shipwrights, and clockmakers all developed their own variations to suit specific needs, from the iron washers in medieval European architecture to the precisely crafted brass components in 17th century timepieces. Without standardization, each washer was essentially a custom creation.
bridge is lowering. Let's move. Here she comes. It's over. Hashladun is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladun's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.
Here she comes. It's over. Hashladun is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladun's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.
Here she comes. It's over. Hashladun is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladun's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.
Just gonna take a minute here. It must have been hundreds of years.
The city endures.
got some. Some beautiful views up here. Wish I remembered my camera.
Construction is underway on an expanded firing range, Titan.
It would do something?
Checking. Checking for packages.
This is no time for politics.
Done. Acknowledged. Transferred. Confirmed.
Quiet.
Ready to check.
To step up patrols. We can't lose any.
Eververse
isn't just a title. It's a promise.
Whenever you need me again, Guardian.
Your light proves your strength.
Hello, Guardian. Welcome. There is hope for humanity yet.
Are you ready? My Titans are the very heart of the city. I'm prepared so we will be victorious. How are hidden operations on Mars?
remember what we fight for.
Underway. Right away.
Sure. Rhythmic,
Anything for
physical
you?
expressions won't win a fight, but they feel good. And feeling good is better than not.
Hi again. Let me check right away. Please, Guardian. It's busy. Goodbye. Checking now. Sign, please. Ready and waiting. Done. All done.
Your return honors me, Guardian. There's no data like encrypted data, I always say. What cipher is this? This war is a complicated algorithm, to be certain. Let's see what we've got.
shadows rage as we stand here, Guardian. Will you join them?
Hi there. Hi. Ready?
Eververse trades in goods we feel enhance Guardian's journey.
Please, Guardian. It's busy.
You know who is inhuman?
Let me check right away. Hi again. Good luck.
Yeah. Ooh, sorry, man. You're almost done.
Ashladun is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Ashladun's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.
coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.
she comes. It's over. Hashladun is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladun's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much.
bridge is lowering. Let's move. she comes. It's over. Hashladun is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladun's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences.
she comes. It's over. Hashladun is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladun's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.
Guardian down. Bridge is lower. Let's move. Here she comes. Guardian down. Eris, it's over. Hashladun is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladun's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.